Okay, hello. So we're back. I was watching this presentation yesterday or YouTube clip. It was really interesting. Like it's like prompts are natural language, and you want to create these prompts that are very detailed and helps the agent or guides the agent to do what you want. But it's really difficult. But one thing that these language models are really good at is language. So what if we just use ChatGPT to create these prompts instead of me fiddling around with it? Uh, what was Chat ChatGPT? Uh, so I did ask it yesterday. Design a prompt to help an agent suggest user stories for feature requests on a web application. And gave me the prompt and it also gave me the instructions. So I'm gonna make a small change to the API that we're working with, because let's see, I'm currently calling it description, but I think we're rather gonna call it instructions. Instructions, and then we're gonna put them last in the prompt. I do think that makes more sense. Instructions. And then as we compose the prompt, we're currently putting that here. But we're gonna generate the prompt, then we're gonna give it the instructions, and then we're gonna ensure the output. And then we're gonna try using these instructions that we got from instructions. This is very interesting. So, can I like copy this more efficiently? Oh, okay. So, one, understand, ask for more details. Identify, 4, yeah. So 2, 3, 4. So you're gonna try that. And then we're gonna change the prompt. So let's look at what it said here. So let's just create the what does it say? Hello, as a product manager, I need your assistant to develop user stories for a new feature we're planning to introduce in our web application. The features. Then the prompt. Based on your understanding of user needs and behavior, please provide detailed user that captures requirements and expected outcomes for this feature. Each user should follow the format, blah, blah, blah. Yeah. Okay, so we're gonna try running that prompt. Let's see. Hello. I don't think we need to give it a name. As a product manager, I needed to tell user of a new feature we're planning to introduce in around. This feature is focusing on is and it's almost like we have this generic message now, but you could, like, what we could do here, we could start the idea by saying describe the feature. So let's say that we're going to do that. So we're just going to insert a prompt here, and that's going to be the feature. Yeah. Based on your understanding, we're just gonna try this. I'm kind of excited just to adjust to this prompt instead. Each user story should follow the format as type and use some goal, so that some reason ensures and captures the essence of what the user wants. So this is kind of the giving the initial suggestion. So I think we can just try that, and we're gonna see what happens. Now I have to think about this from the perspective of like, oh, where are my notes? Like feature. So what was the prompt? So the feature we're focusing on is task management interface where I can describe a task, add it to a list, add it to a list, see existing tasks, and delete tasks. Damn it. Now we have the problem again. We start our day with a fucking JSON response. God damn it. State schema. Should be a single valid is an object representing the updated state. Should be a single. The output should represent. The output should be be the updated state represented as a single valid JSON object with no markdown, blah blah blah. Oh, but now okay. A task management interface where I can add, where I can write the description of a task and it a list, see existing tasks and delete tasks. Let's just add this here. So we'll see what we do here in the actual final prompt, but I'm curious what the response. Okay, so it didn't like, it wasn't in any way better than what I already had, which is, I guess, interesting, but like it can't be worse. So what we're gonna do is make sure that the prompt actually works. Okay, so we're gonna have where is that for a year? Based on your understanding. I wonder. Okay, we're gonna try clarification needed. What clarification is needed? So we're gonna add that and we're going to return that in the response. Clarification needed or nothing. Well, I guess we can just clarification needed. The thing is, like, if you already have user stories, maybe it will just understand that. So, okay, so let's try not changing the prompt based on. Okay, so what we can do is we can return this prompt, but then we're gonna slightly change it. Oops. Slightly change it based on so please provide please provide okay. So suggested user stories at length, if we have them or if we don't have them. If we don't have them, we're going to say detailed user stories. Or we're going to say, please provide updates to existing user stories. Oops. Task management application. Yeah, so it doesn't. Oh, now I know why it's not working. Oh, we're not building. That's embarrassing. So now it should be at least different. Oh my god, that's hopeless. Christian. I want to write so that I can trap off Visita. I want to add a second on my prioritize my tasks. I can honor all that. I want to do so that I can remove complete unnecessary tasks from the list, which is good. No clarification needed. That's fine. So let's just we're gonna try this approach. So now we're gonna ask it to let's try something. And the good thing, like, we actually have the history here, which is kind of nice. How do I write a new one? You're an expert prompt engineer, and a prompt for an agent that suggests which one is next? Is it product manager? We pass it to the engineer. I need a prompt for an agent that suggests how the state of a web application changes based on user stories. That enhances user stories, specifying how the state of the web changes. Of the web application changes You're an expert prompt engineer. I need a prompt for an agent that enhances user stories, specifying how the state of the web application changes. When the user interacts with it. I can't even write the question for a. Yeah, and give me a prompt and the instructions for the agent. Oh, this is not what I wanted. Interesting. Let's try again. That was a bad one. Can I like archive? Oh, that's interesting. And the prompt and enhancer. I need a prompt and instructions for an agent that enhances user stories by specifying how the state of the changes. I think that's fine. Okay, we're gonna try this. So where are you there, engineer? So we're not gonna do all of this. We're gonna simplify this process. Like we can still have certain adjustments based on the state. But we're just gonna say update the user stories. For the update the user for the web application feature, included details on how the state of the application as a result of the user's action. Be sure to provide clear context user specific blah blah blah. Cool. And then we have the actual instructions. Let's try. I hate that I can't like copy. What happens if I? Oh, nice. And then the instructions. I'm gonna try doing something like this. Write concise user stories. Okay, fine. Right after the scan user provided. Okay, I'm very curious what it does here. Yeah, I'm very curious what it does here. Like one thing is just throwing a bunch of text there, but it kind of needs to make sense as well. So what do you do now, engineer? Do you write new user stories? as a task manager, yeah. I want to write the description of tasks so I can check and update the task information. As a task, I want to add a task to the list so that I can and see the list grow as I add more tasks. As a task manager, I want to see existing tasks so that I can have an overview of all the tasks I need to complete and mark tasks as complete. Yeah. As a task manager, I want to delete tasks so I can remove it and clean up to date. Oh, and keep the list clean and up to date. So it's what it's kind of lost here is, I guess it was more what did I prompt it with? Yeah. But this is the thing, we can try with different prompts. But this isn't bad. Like, the 1,000-second organizer problem task. Let's scroll it. Okay, and then we have the UX engineer. We have the UX engineer. So we're going to do the same for the UX engineer. But what it does better now is that it has this it has a higher abstraction now. It talks in a higher abstraction how the state of the application changes, which I like. It's not like saying array, which it did before. So I think that's good. So let's try asking for another one. You're an expert prompt engineer. I need a prompt for an agent that enhances user stories by specifying what web elements is needed. Yeah, it's interesting how it makes me think that the way we could do this instead is that now we have the product manager describes the user stories, and then we send all the user stories to each agent. But you could say, let's just pass one user story to the engineer, ask it to enhance it with state information, and then to the UX engineer with any web elements required. And then it will kind of iterate. But yeah. Yeah, it was a short prompt, but let's just try it. Oh, wait. This was a UX engineer. My bad. Damn it. Oh my god. Okay. Yeah, so that's weird. Anyways, let's grab those instructions. Oh my god. It's so easy to get fooled by this, like do the wrong thing. Because like you always get a response. It's not like either it works or it doesn't work. It's so ambiguous. It makes it really hard to evaluate what's happening. Return. Okay, so we're gonna try once more. Let's see what actually should be happening there. Yeah. So now it didn't, it just wrote them. But what I'm wondering here, But it could be just a prompt update. Update the update the existing user stories to include details on how to state. Yeah, I think we just need to be a bit more specific about that. Search for, yeah, so this is like completely out of whack. Like it's not taking into account. Yeah, I think this is like yeah, I think we should help this a little bit. We don't need all this. Provide details on how the state of the application changes in response. Okay. So we can do identify user stories where action let's see, begin by identifying user stories that requires state management. Provide details on how the state of the application changes in response. Changes. This should include ensure client is specific in their plan, making this for developers to understand and expect. In the user stories, if necessary, conclude by verifying that the user stories effectively communicates both the user's objective and the resulting changes in the application set. Like this is good. Okay, let's try this. Like the prompt is better than what I would ever write, given that it's actually helpful stuff in the yeah, I don't like that it doesn't update the existing user story. Because it does give it. Oh. My bad. By identifying which existing users, which user stories that require provide details on how to set up. Update the user story, providing details on how the state. This should include. Okay. I want to select a detail about the task and have it displayed alongside. I want to add tasks so that I can keep track of when it should be appended to the existing. Okay, this is good. This is what I wanted. I want to see existence so that I can have all the tasks that I have. Clear and organized manner. I want to delete tasks so that I can run tasks. It should be removed from the list of tasks. Yes. Great. And then we have the UX engineer. Let's see. UX engineer. So that was enhance. Enhance the user stories by specifying involved. And then we're gonna copy. Yeah, and I'm also gonna. I have this Excali draw. Is it still? Let's see. Fine tuning, prompt engineering. Use ChatGPT to create prompts and instructions. I just want to make a note of that. In the user stories, determine the spec when required to fill each action or intervention in the user stories. List the necessary along with a brief explanation enabling the user stories. Consider usability and user function when specifying. Ensure clarity and specifying and describing the web to aid in implementation and testing of the user stories. Enhancements. Enhance the user stories by specifying that. Okay. Let's see what you'll say. Boop. Oh. Try again. It's interesting. Yeah, this is because I don't actually tell it to suggest. Oh yeah, because I clear the context. Yeah, it doesn't make any sense to say try again. It's interesting though why it's suddenly not able to. Want to describe write the description of tasks so that I can keep track of it. To add lists so that I can organize. Blah blah blah. I can check whenever with a new description. Blah blah blah. Approve. Interesting. You decided to change the. Oh. That was an interesting along with a brief explanation of their functionality and importance. Huh, interesting. Well, yeah, this can of course happen. Interactions, determine, listen as, okay, include, update the user stories to include in a servable, with a brief explanation. Consider usability, specifying check that. Let's see now. Like, I have a feeling I'm gonna do this in a very different way. But this is the thing, like, we have to just try different things, and then our subconscious is gonna figure out how all this fits together and how it can become something better. Clear and organized manner, showing details like task name, description, and priority. Yes. Then we have another. No. Oh, that's the same. But this makes me think. Maybe this should be how we organize the user stories. Maybe it shouldn't just be a string. Maybe we should have maybe it should be an object of like description, state, and UI, or user interface. Because you have to, like, that's the core of a web application. It's like maybe we should research this a little bit. Writing good user stories. Best practices. Yeah, so you have like user story. And we could even like, okay, we're gonna try something. I get ideas all the time. Like, this is a never ending thing. But we're gonna create a user story. And that user story is gonna be an object of some things. The user story. And then it's gonna be description. That's gonna be a string. And then we're gonna have state. description of the user story in the format of a string, a description of how the state, let's call it management, state management required, user interface, description, the user interface. Okay, so I'm just gonna try this and see. Suggested user story is gonna be and it's almost like what I'm wondering here is I have some chocolate, but it's melting. I'm too lazy to go downstairs. I have to eat it. It's almost like it's like, what if it's almost like the flow should have the state of the user stories, and then I'm just thinking about if we have these separate things, the product manager would do this. But then you kind of have state management related to those user stories. But they don't have, it doesn't have to be written in the user story. Like, it's almost like this should be like different things. So, and this is what I mean, is like, it's so difficult to organize things in steps because the steps affect each other. And if you just do it by step, you create this artificial boundary around like the whole thing. So it's almost like, what if we give the product manager a chance to produce some user stories, and then the engineer will get the user stories, but should write something else. It should write down how will the, like, it should just write a new list of things. So like, how does the state of the application change with these user stories? And then it creates a new list for that. And it doesn't even need to be a list. It could like just be and then for the UX engineer, that could be a different output. That could be like just describing the UI for this. And when it could even like we could ask it to draw and stuff like that. I think that makes more sense. And what we could do here, instead of forcing it into like a list, we could just ask it to return text. And we'll just give the next agent that text, whatever that output is, and then we give finally the tech lead. We give it like, these are the user stories, this is how the state management is described, and this is how the user interface is described. Yeah, maybe I'm though it though it does make a lot of sense that a product manager yeah, it's the interaction points. How should we do this? So it does make sense that it's a list, but I don't think, and it makes sense that you change that list, right? Because it's user stories, so you understand the user stories and describe the functionality. But when we pass that to an engineer to evaluate the state management of that, you are not going to go in and change that. But you could talk to it. We're going to explore this. I'm just trying to think how we're going to store the state. So we're going to drop this because it's just way too complicated. Drop that. So user stories. User stories. That encapsulates. Okay, we're gonna try something. Oh, sorry. The user stories needs to be. Oh, God damn it. So the user stories should be a list. That's for sure. We're not going to change that, and you should be able to discuss in around the feature we're focusing on. New feature. These are my suggestions. Based on our user needs and behavior, please provide detailed user stories that encapsulate. Okay. These are my suggestions. Let's drop that down there. And then based on your understanding of user needs and behavior. These are my suggestions. blah blah blah. Okay, well, we're actually going to interact with it now just to make sure that it still works. And then we're going to simplify the interaction with on the right to screen, so I can trap. See that? I want to add a task to a list so that I can organize. So I'm just gonna like I want to add a task to list so that I can. Yeah, that's fine. I want to see this so that I can have an overview of all the tasks that needs to be completed. Like this is I don't want to make it so hard. Like this is really good. Maybe I would like to. I just want to see how it handles like input. I would like to toggle a task completed. I wonder if it still like keeps the. Yeah, okay, great. So it does that. That's great. Okay, so what we're going to do now we're going to do the interesting thing. So now we have. So we don't actually have any flow state now. And I think that's the biggest problem we have now. Because I think it's wrong to think about this agent state as state. You could think of it as retrieval almost, or even output. Like, yeah, it's more output. Well, not output, because it also has. Well, that's the thing. Like, you could argue this is the output. And no, it's state. Where did I put my suggestion? Yeah, because I was thinking about like how would we keep this state? So now we have the user stories, and now we kind of just want some help to describe how the state of the application changes. And that's not going to be in the user stories. It's just going to be part of like it's going to be a separate thing. And then we'll ask the UX engineer to describe the UI, and that's a separate thing. And then all of that is being handled by the tech lead, and then all of that is passed into the implementation plan. I think that makes a lot of sense. But currently, it doesn't quite make sense that we're passing. Or maybe it does. Maybe we should just try that. So we're on the engineer. Where are you, engineer? Product manager. Oh, that's the UX engineer, and here's the engineer. So these are the user stories. And then we have state management. And this could even be like a state chart or something, right? I'm not sure how much training data it has on state charts. which is requires state manager. Update, not update. This is going to be very interesting. State management. How do you describe how the state of an application changes? Begin by identifying which user stories require state management. What are we actually going to write here? Are we going to write... Are we actually going to write... user stories. Are we actually going to write like a list of... How do you describe a feature? User stories. That's the structure you use to describe a feature or user experience. But how do you describe state management? You have state charts. But do we have any other tool we could use that's simpler than a state chart? I guess we can just create like a list. Or we could call it like actions or something. Like defines the user can do and how the state of the application changes. Or behaviors. Let's try that. Behaviors. That's also an array string. The list of behaviors. So this is the thing. Like we have to find good tools to fill up the context and reduce ambiguity. A behavior which changes the state of the application. Changing the state of the application. Yeah, I'm very curious what it's going to do here. Add behaviors providing details on how to set this should include any updates additional to the data or user interface element. Ensure clarity. Create add behaviors on how the set of as a result of the user's actions. Be sure to provide clear context, a description of the users. So change that in the... Okay, let's try this. So we have behaviors. So we are going to return... So for now, we're just going to return state behaviors map. Behavior. I just want to see it in the UI. And then we'll join that by, always forget that. Oh, you found ours. So we are giving user stories and then we have behaviors. Okay, it should be good to roll. Approve. Oh, oh yeah. Okay, so this is what I mean. It's like it writes new user stories. And this is what I don't want. I just want to give it the user stories. And then I want behaviors. So what we can do now to fix that, without like changing the whole thing, we can remove the user stories, and then we'd rather pass them in as part of the prompt. Manage, it helps writing proper English. So what we do here is these are the user stories. Oh. Agent dot state dot suggested user stories map. User story train by. Okay, so we're gonna do that, and then we're gonna just look at yeah, but now the UX engineer doesn't have the user stories because yeah, that needs to be stored in the flow. That's the thing. Like we need to make a change to the API here. I feel very confident that the thing is you know what? I'm thinking about these agents a bit wrong. I think and I hope we were kind of pushing through because what does it mean to call an agent? So for example, engineer. Let's call engineer. The engineer has some input. That could be user stories. That's an array. The thing is like it needs to like include those user stories in a very specific way in its prompt. That's the point. This is input, but then it also has output. And it has output. And that's different from the input. So I think these agents, they should have input and output. And the input is what we use to generate the prompt. And then you have output, which is the schema we include to generate the response. That makes a lot more sense to me. But then also, so what, but we also need the flow to have state. So, I wonder about these flows. Should there even be an abstraction for a flow? Or should there only be agents? Because what you could do when you have input is that you could say engineer, flow, or task. You could even have task, and you can say evaluate user story. And then you can check when you generate the prompt. Yes, this is it. This is it. This is how it should work. Because now you can have a single agent, and then based on its input, you can make it behave differently, produce different prompts, have different outputs. That's how it's gonna work. But now I said based on its input, it can have a different output. So that means, okay, what if an agent has tasks? So for each task, it you can give it an input and it will produce an output. So that means you create one product manager, but the product manager can have different tasks where it takes different input and produces different output. But you define all that in the product manager. I think that makes a lot of sense. And then, but then each task has different instructions and so on and so on. So that will mean, like, how would this work? Some agent, create agent. So you could say engineer. Yeah, that was my first approach, thinking that like you would just define multiple product managers. And I'm not saying that's like wrong. It's just conceptually different. Because I think of, like, you have one product manager, and that product manager, like in real life, you have a product manager and that product manager can do different things. But now we're kind of saying that, and then we have this term agent, which you intuitively think of as a person. But now an agent doesn't represent a person like a product manager. It represents a specific task of a product manager. So it's just, I'm getting hung up on the terminology, and I'm kind of reflecting around how can we make the terminology fit more with our intuition, I guess, or at least my intuition. Our intuitions are different. So I'm like having like 3 different balls I'm juggling here. It's like API design for agentic workflows. It's like exploring agents as a concept. How do you make them, like scoping tasks? Like there's all these balls flying all over the place. But yeah, I'm not stating that's the wrong approach at all, Kevin. But it depends, like, and what's a workflow, what's a task, and what's an agent. So the way I think about this, the workflow is in this case to create like user stories, a description of how the state of the application needs to change, and also how the UI should look. Like it's the first part of the planning you do. It's the brainstorming, request for change type of thing, and then the next thing would be actually creating like the implementation plan. And that's what I think of as a flow. It's the flow. It's the interaction between multiple agents producing a final state that represents like a request for change in this case. And then you have a task. So, or you have an agent, which, yeah. And then you have agents that are part of that flow. So for a request for change, you would have a product manager, you would have an engineer, you would have a UX engineer, you would have like a tech lead. And then each of those agents, they have a specific task for in that workflow. So for a product manager, it's writing the user stories. And then for the engineer, it's just identifying what's the state management or how does the application state change related to these user stories. It's not to write code. It's not to do a code review. Like, it's a very specific task. But it's still an engineer. But you can say that that is just an agent. An agent is a combination of a role and a task, which is kind of what I've been doing now. Because looking at this, it becomes quite artificial. Like if you would say tasks or something here, like each task would have its own instructions, its own like input, output. The only thing that would be common for these tasks is to roll. And also the typing would be hellish here, because within each task you would have different functions that you could access. And then also in the UI, actually looking in the UI, we would have like another level. We have the flow, we have the agents, and then we have the task of the agent, where we need to extract like what functions is in this task and so on and so on. Yeah, and I think that's the mental model for agents is as much exploration here as like exploring prompt engineering and everything. Control theory perspective. I haven't heard of that. What's control theory? Well, one thing, as you explain that, Kevin, I'm very confident that we should have input and output. That makes a lot of sense to me. So I am going to introduce that at least. And then we're going to keep the agents as a role with a specific task. And as you said, we just bring in the agents. You can have multiple agents representing the same role, but they have different tasks. Yeah, and maybe we should even call them agent tasks instead of agents. Like, just for my mental model of this, you're not creating a persona in the team. You're creating a persona with a specific task. So you could say create agent task. You know what? I'm gonna do that just for my own mental health. Let's see, iAgent. We're gonna rename this iAgent task. iAgent task definition. Oh, interesting. iAgent task definition. I think this fits quite well. Like let's see, like a task has instructions, and I think here we dropped the term state. We rather say you have some input. So that input needs to be. So this is the interesting thing. The input It doesn't need to be a JSON schema. That's just state, or like not state, but like whatever you want it to be, because that's going to be consumed directly in yeah, so this can be anything. Let's just call it I. And then you have output, which would be O and I. And then when you generate a prompt, you will have input, which will be I. And then you can say maybe you don't have input. That might be. But for now, we're going to force it. You need some input, even if it's undefined. And then when you generate a response, you're going to get the output, which will be, let's change this to not state, but yeah, let's rename it to output. So when you generate a response, you have the output. I'm thinking you could also have the output here. Oh, wait, sorry. We have to make sure we look at the right thing. So this is the definition where you have input and possibly a prompt. And when you generate a response, I'm thinking you should still have you should still have the input. Yeah. So it's more like a reactive. I'm thinking about like imperative versus reactive programming, in the sense that, like, how do you actually write the code? Do you say, for example here, the gas pedal? Like, do you call gas pedal method, and the gas pedal method calls whatever generates the output? Or do you just have, as you say, a gas pedal signal, and then something can listen to that signal and generate output? Input, output, input, prompt. One thing I don't like about this input thing is it's going to be a little bit rougher with the typing, I think. It's not a huge deal, but it's a little bit annoying. But anyways, let's see. Let's move on with this. So we'll have this I here, which can be anything. And this will be O. Let's just change this. O, I, O. I agent create, we're going to change this to create agent task. Why are you not happy? NFIO. Oh, I guess it's the return result. And then the actual agent task that we return has generate prompt, and then How would this work? Because we generate prompt from a user where there's not necessarily any input. You know what? I think we're gonna use the same. Now I think these are aligning more as well. We're gonna try something. I'm gonna drop that task definition because I think that's also been a confusion that I needed 2 of those, but now I think it will actually So when we generate a prompt, this is called from the outside. And now we always provide the input and we might provide the prompt. So if a user is, so if it's just a user message, no, there's no initial state. They're stateless. So there's 2 ways to interact with an agent or agent task. It's to, if it's one agent that wants to send something to another agent, it could just use the input. Like you don't have to give it a prompt for it to do something. But then from the perspective of the user writing something and we call the agent, we don't have any input for it, but we do have a prompt. But maybe that's the fact of this. It's like any agent. Yeah, this is so tricky because some of these agents should only be talked, like you know that the agent is only going to get input from other agents. But some of them might also get input from other agents as a starting point, but then it gets prompts from the user. And that's what I'm struggling with in terms of API design, is that I just have this generate prompt, and it's like, if I say that you need an input, that won't work if you just have a prompt. If you just have a prompt, you don't have any input, but you said that you're gonna have input. It's almost like generate prompt from input. Like, and this is another thing. This is breaking apart. Damn it. So the input is something you want to type. This API, this isn't working. This is not what I want. I don't want to pass this. We have to explore that. So create agent task. Agent task. So the thing is, like, we only have, and that's another level to this, is the typing. And if we give it input, we can't type that input. And the reason we can't type the input is because we're using generics. So if we type the input, we also need to type everything else, but we can't do that. That needs to be inferred. So we have to create an API where you can still type the input, but you need to infer the rest. So it's almost like you would do something like this, and then you would actually need callbacks for And that's fine, I think. So you could say role here. So you have generics for role and what functions it has. So this would be, okay, this is interesting. So this would be the task definition or agent task definition. Give it instructions, like this primers thing, if you want that. And the model, of course, and the temperature. And then yeah, one thing I'm worried about, like having one thing, so it's funny, like I've been working on this state management thing, or I've been iterating on a lot of state management approaches for web applications, where the most recent one was very reactive in nature, meaning that the only way to react or do something was to analyze state changes. So it wasn't like event based, but it was like you made this state change, that state change triggers the system, and then you have an effect where the effect kind of checks, okay, if it changed from this state to this state, do this thing. So it's kind of like an event. The good thing is like you're not co-locating, when I change this state, this thing should happen. You're just saying, let me isolate just changing this state. And then whatever needs to react to that change can do that. And you can just build and build and build on top of that. But there's a problem with that as well. And that is when you have like a function that changes some state and it doesn't describe on the next line what's happening, it's very, very difficult for the next developer to reason about that exact thing. It goes into the function, it sees that we're changing the state, and then it's like, so what's happening? What happens when this state changes? You don't have like a way to first of all immediately see it. So you have really no idea. And then if you want to figure it out, you have to either, in this case, you would have to like search for the state, like state references in the code. Or if it just triggered an event, you would have to search for where that event was consumed in the application to figure out the consequence of changing that state. So, but that was that was state management in the web application, which is like a different system than other systems. But it made me realize that I truly, deeply think imperatively saying, do this thing, then this should happen, that should happen, that should happen, like one line after the other. It's more rigid, but it's so much easier for the next developer to understand the system. And that next developer being your future self. When you start the coupling with events or reactivity, it becomes so much harder to reason about the system, but the system becomes way more flexible. Sorry, that was just a big rant. But what I don't quite see, like in the context here, is like if an agent would just react to a signal, like it's harder to track the state, I guess. Well, maybe not. It's like if you have a very specific flow, it's just nice to read the flow. Like call this agent, wait for its output, call this agent, wait for its output, call this agent, wait for its output, kind of thing. Yeah, I've also seen people using routers, agent routers. So, like a completely declarative way of describing interactions between agents, um, which is also really interesting. Like, I'm not ready to think about that. But it's interesting. It seems so limiting for some reason. It seems very limiting, but still, it kind of everything's decoupled, and then you just bring it all together in a higher abstraction. And I guess that's what I often missed in like reactive architectures or event-driven architectures. Is like, where does it all come together? Where can I read how everything relates to each other? Yeah. Um, temperature. So role functions, instructions, primers. Primers, we're not using primers. But I won't remove them because I want to play more with them. Model, temperature. And then we have generate prompt callback and generate response callback. So here we can type whatever we want. Yeah, and here you could even type. Yeah, we can actually take that. Yeah, interesting. So you're just giving it input. And you can choose. Do you want that input to always be like an object of something? And that is helpful when an agent talks to an agent. Or you can say, no, sometimes it can be input from an agent, or it can be a string, which is a prompt from a user. And then you choose how do you want to handle those different scenarios. Or you can say, no, it should always be a prompt and it should always have input. Like you have full flexibility. And then on the output, yeah, sorry. So you will have an output schema. So output is always based on the schema. At least this gives you, so this might, the point is that you have to be able to type the input. And the rest needs to be generics. So role needs to be a generic, functions needs to be a generic, output needs to be a generic, so that we can parse out the actual output from a schema. And you could even say, to give even more flexibility, you could say, no, it would have to be something like this. Oh, I feel we're moving so much backwards. We're moving like, it's always felt like moving 2 steps ahead and 1 step back, but now it's like 5 steps back. It feels like maybe it's not as bad as it seems. But this gives me the flexibility I want now. I want to define the input, the agent task becomes stateless. Like what we could even do here now is, if you don't pass an output, like this becomes a string. So you can choose if you want like a specific output format, like JSON. or it can just be text. That is also interesting. Okay, I like where this is going. It's just not 100% clear to me. So this can be optional. So what we can do is like we can say if output extends JSON schema, we parse that JSON schema. If not, it's going to be a string. So we can even say like JSON. And then you can type the input. It could be whatever you want it to be. It's up to you with this callback to generate the prompt. And what we would do on the outside then is like, for example, for the product manager, we would have to keep a reference to the user stories. And the question is, where do we keep a reference to the user stories? We could just have it on the flow. Like we already have a flow. So we could drop the whole. Yeah, like, yeah, again, like it's getting somewhere. It makes sense. I'm just not able to describe the whole thing. So instead of this being, so we have agent message. So this is, instead of having agents flow, yeah, this is. So what about the messages? We could simplify that as well. We could say that like we no, maybe we should call that no, we should call it flow, agents flow. Because that will hold all the messages from all the agents interacting with that flow. But they have different inputs and outputs, and the state of the actual flow. Oh, wait, maybe that makes sense. So when we do the create agent flow, this is where we would actually define the state. This is interesting. This is, yeah, so, okay. So, it's kind of like, so we pass in the agents, but then you have like on state up there. Like I feel like I'm like going through the jungle here. Yeah, let's do that. Let's jump into Excalibur. So the thing is, thanks by the way, Kevin. So what we're doing here is that we have this entity called an agent task. And then we have a flow that's called, we call it user stories. So user stories has multiple tasks performed by an agent. I'm losing, let's just call it agent. Implicitly, an agent has a specific task, but let's just call it an agent. I think it's even more confusing calling it task. So you have these different agents. And what happens now is you have user stories, which is like in the actual application. That's the let's call it app user stories. So that holds like the kind of the UI state. It's related to the app, but then you have the user stories flow. And the user stories flow is what kind of brings in the agents. And what we've done now is that we made these agents stateless. So we can give them some input and they'll produce some output. The cool thing is that you decide what that input is. It can be just a string, meaning it's a prompt, or it can be an object, or whatever you want to produce the actual prompt that's like sent to OpenAI. And then they'll generate an output. And now we even made it possible to say that the agent should produce a JSON output or not, which is also great. That's a lot of flexibility. Now the question is, like, through this user stories flow, we are going to have some state. And that state is going to be the list of user stories. It's going to be a list of, or some format of what state management needs to be handled based on these user stories. And it's going to be some format of what UI elements needs to be included. And it could even be drawings coming from like DALL-E or whatever, or some other drawing mechanism. And that state is part of this flow. It's like it's tightly related to the output of the agents. And we don't have a concept of that right now. So that's what I'm reflecting on. Like, how can we build up the state of this user stories flow so that in the app, we can look at the user stories flow and we can see what is the state of the actual flow of the agents. So we can like extract the user stories to show them. We can extract like the state management part and whatever we want. And if there's like an image, we can show the image because we have an actual image reference and stuff like that. But the point is that the user stories flow would need like an initial state, and we would have to define how is that state updated from the agents. So what I'm thinking is, if you would have like you would have current state, new state, or actually, sorry, you would have agent. I think the thing I'm I'm not landing on is where that state should live. Currently, you can listen to whenever an agent completes its work, and you can look at its output. You can do that over here. And then we could like update some application state for that flow. And then the only state the user stories flow has, it's just the messages. It's like you just have like the interaction log of these agents. And then you will build up like the app specific state in the actual app state. Yeah. So maybe we can draw So this would be a user prompt. So what can happen here is you have a user prompt, and then you also have this on agent completed. So the way it works now is like when the app loads up, we have defined this flow of agents called user stories. And we define the product manager agent as like that's the active agent in this user stories flow. So in the application itself, when a user is prompting something, we just access this user stories flow and we say, what do we say? We say current agent, and we give it the prompt. Yeah, I'm thinking about, oh yeah, doesn't matter. So we say current agent, and we give it the prompt. And then the agent runs, and then there's an on agent completed that looks at the result of that, and it can choose to trigger the next agent, for example. Or it does absolutely nothing, which means that it's waiting for user input again. And then as the agent outputs results, we move the flow forward by looking at the output of the current agent and then call the next agent if necessary. So that gives the flexibility that we need to do like both user interaction and automatic like flow. And what I was thinking about now is like we already have state here for the app user story. So what we could do instead of start implementing like specific state in the flow, we could just use on agent completed, look at the output and update this state. So the only thing that this eventual potential library or API would do is just allow you to define these stateless simple agents where you can define what input to generate a prompt. Does it take JSON as output? What does that JSON look like? It kind of has that guarantee that you get that output. And then the only thing that the user stories flow does is just track the messages. Maybe we shouldn't even call it flow. Maybe we should just call it agent messages or conversation. Yeah. So this would be the agent's conversation or agent messages. That's the only thing it does now. It tracks all the messages going through. It tracks all the function calls. Maybe you could call it flow. The complicated factor is like the functions, because the functions are also part of the messages. So you can see the actual functions being called by the agents. So yeah, I don't think flow is the right term here. The flow is what you implement. This is just, hey, looking at, this is the agent's controller, right? So yeah, pointing back to what you said, like you could think of this as the agent controller. It just has a reference to the agents. Which one is the active agent? What are the, like it handles the function calling. It tracks all the messages that's gone through it. And then you could say on agent completed is like the signal. and then you decide what should happen in the application based on that signal firing. So that could be do absolutely nothing because you expect the user to give feedback, or it could be no, you should now move to this agent, and you choose let's update our internal state because the UI should change. Yeah, I like this. Let's call it the agent controller. Look at that. Full circle. Perfect, Kevin. Ah. Let's see. Output, create agent. Wow, this hurt my brain. I forgot to mention, I don't feel 100% today. Like the weather in Norway is spring is coming, but when spring is coming to Norway, we have like this very fluctuate, like the sun is there, but it's only warm if you're like standing right in the sun. If you have a little bit of shadow, it feels like -5 degrees. So you kind of undress as the sun is there, and then there's a cloud, and then you feel cold and put on your jacket, and then the cloud passes, and then you're warm again, and that's like the perfect recipe to feel like shit. Mm. But let's see. Yeah, yeah, Switzerland. Yeah, it's horrible. I'm so looking forward to proper spring and summer now. OMG. Like it's been a little bit rough here with like in Norway it's like it's very dark in the winter time. And like I live in the middle of Norway, but I grew up in the south of Norway, and it's very different in terms of not like temperature and stuff, but light. So it's much darker here. And then having our 7-year-old, she was like afraid of the dark. So she would like in the evening when it was dark outside, she would also like close all the blinders in the living room. So I've been feeling so isolated. So yeah, I'm kind of desperate. You're in South Korea? You're vacationing, or are you one of these young people who travel like a proper digital nomad, which I dream. Like if I were ever to do my life over, and I would wish I was a little bit like bolder and braver, and I would be a proper digital nomad. Yeah, it's interesting how like you think about all these things affecting your mental health, and primarily like in this generation is work stress and like family balance and all of this stuff, but you also have these fundamental things like enough sleep. Do you get enough, like if you're hungry, like it's those like day-to-day things that affects your emotional state and all of that stuff. But light also does that to you, so you can sleep super well, be super fed, but still be like emotionally affected by just being freaking dark all the time. 1 month, next one, then 1 month. Wow, that's awesome. Oh my god, I envy that. That's really cool. Uh, let's see. Create agent. So we are gonna reuse our little generic here. And we're gonna create like a definition, and then we're gonna have what did I call it? Input handler. Is this gonna work? I think so. And then output handler. And then we're going to return. I think we're still going to have like an I agent. We're still going to have this I agent. And we're going to have generate prompt and everything. So we're going to actually return an I agent here. NFIO. But we don't need output. We don't need input. Yeah, we talked about using JSON. So we're going to set the definition here shortly. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, now it's coming together. So let's fill this up. So this is the role. This is the functions. Oh, Devika? No, I haven't tried that. There's so much stuff coming out. Is that like, is it TypeScript based? Sure, very everything's early experimental. But that's cool. Oh, you mean, yeah, that's the Devin open source thing. Yeah, I heard about that. I haven't tried it. I was like, it's very cool, the Devin thing. But the thing I'm most curious about in the context of, because I'm a web, I always worked on the web, and it's really, really tricky to do web development in the sense that just running a dev server, for example. So I don't know, as I said, I haven't tried Devin or Devika, but just having a terminal, it seems to only have one terminal, and that terminal needs to run the dev server. So you can't run anything else there. Or maybe it can have multiple terminals. But how does it know which port it opened? And like, it just goes on and on. In terms of creating an experience where you shouldn't know about this stuff. That's what I'm trying. It's like I'm trying to hide all these details about web development and just make you feel like you're creating something. And you don't have to worry about like terminals and code and all of that under the hood stuff, which is like insanely ambitious. But it's for me, that's like a really good starting point to really learn, because it's so insanely ambitious. And it also helps me scope down. It's like Devin and Devika, as I understand it, it should be able to do any kind of programming and build anything. And that, I think that's too ambitious in a different sense, because it forces you to create very low level tooling. So for example, you need a terminal, but in the approach I have, I say, no, it's a web application. It has to be Firebase, Vue, and Tailwind CSS. And that enables me to say, no, I don't need a terminal. I can just have specific function calls for the things you need to do with Firebase for deployment and stuff like that. And I can say that, okay, for a user to create a new project here, I'm going to require them to upload the service account key so that I can do deployments and deploy rules for Firebase and stuff like that. But they only have to do that when they create the project. And I also generate the full project. I can embed specific Firebase documentation, like the latest Firebase documentation. I can embed specific components to create like a good UI and stuff. So it just scopes it down so you have very specific tooling to solve web applications, or try to solve web applications. And that's very boring from the perspective of an engineer. because you want a lot more flexibility. But for someone who doesn't know how to code and just wants to create a task management application with persistence and authentication and deployment, and actually use it in the real world, I think it's a healthy scoping down, and then you can rather expand from there. Like maybe you can have another template which is not Firebase, Vue, and Tailwind CSS. Maybe because that's for like web applications, but maybe you just want someone who wants to create a blog. So you have like a kind of a template for blogs, but that's based on Vue Press or whatever. But you still have to deploy that thing. So if you were to use Devika or Devin how do you solve deployment? And it will have to guide you to different services, and maybe you have to configure something. Like, I can go on and on about this. Yeah, so the scope is really to create a task management application with Firebase, Vue, and Tailwind CSS. And with persistence, authentication, deployment, and most importantly, the ability to validate the runtime with the user. So it will make mistakes, but as long as the user can immediately interact with the app, and doing so, we can track runtime errors, and we can give that back to the agent, and the agent can act on those errors and kind of do the iteration that way. And even with Electron, we can capture the actual running application, so it can actually look at the thing. I'm not sure how valuable it is, but yeah, I think like closing the loop, like create a full loop of something minimal, and then, yeah, as you said, Kevin, kind of extend from there. Yeah, thanks. That was nice to I've been so deep in the trenches, I kind of lost perspective of what I was trying to do. But let's see, functions, instructions, string, primers. Yeah, let's just keep the primers in there. And what we're gonna return is, so we're gonna return the definition role. We're gonna return the definition functions. We're gonna return the definition instructions. We don't need instructions, actually. Those are part of generating the prompt. I think. How do I do that? Yeah, it's part of the prompt, sorry. But we do need the primers, because those are like the primers are actually like building up a message context for it. And that needs to happen on the outside of this thing. Maybe that should rather be a separate API. Like you would lazily instantiate an agent, and then you will kind of build the primers from anyways. Well, you need to generate the prompts and stuff. No, you don't. You don't need to generate the prompts. Anyways, it's for later. Primers, model, definition model, and definition temperature. And then we have generate prompt, and generate prompt should now now I have to think. So yeah, so this should be I, but this is some epic typing here. So this is I, and we're using I here. And what we're going to do is, we are gonna say, yeah, sorry, so this should just be I. And this should not be I, this should be output. Yeah, and then we have to figure out, we said that we had JSON here. Where is the O? So JSON would be O. And now we're generating the prompt. We should get the code for that. So we're gonna return, but now we don't need this stuff. We don't need the state generated prompt. We can just say, okay, so we should definitely check this first. Like if definition JSON, we should use this thing. Let's define that first. There we go. Yeah, sorry. So this would be, if we have definition JSON, and this would be, wait a minute, this is, no, this is the actual, yes, sorry, this must be a valid JSON object. Yeah, representing this schema, sorry. So that would be definition JSON. Output schema. And then there's never any current state. We don't talk about state. That's going to help. So we can probably adjust this a bit more, but now we're going to do input handler. I want to give it the input. So this is going to, maybe we should do, yeah, we should call these generate prompt and generate response. Let's call them generate prompt. And then we have the actual definition instructions. And that's, oh, look at this. I have typos. The output is a single valid JSON object. Cool. So this is the, this is when we have JSON. And then if we don't have JSON, I don't think we actually need anything. We should just send a generated prompt. So we just generate the prompt. Cool. Because this is what I don't understand with the OpenAI API, is that you can define that you want a JSON response. We have to make sure of that, by the way, when we do the call to the completions API, because now it's hard-coded to be a JSON response. And by the way, this should be string. And this should be string, I guess. So output here. Yeah, what I don't understand about the completions API, you can define that it should be JSON, but you can't define the JSON schema. So you have to do prompt engineering anyways to give the correct JSON output. And it doesn't seem to help anyways. Like just defining the output JSON schema is enough to make it output JSON. So I'm not sure if I'm even gonna use that flag. But this one's interesting because this depends on, so if this actually extends, if it actually extends the schema, we're gonna say output O, or we're gonna say it's a string. So that means if we define a JSON schema for the agent, we're gonna get that, we're gonna take that JSON schema and change it into actual output, infer the actual output structure of the schema. And if we don't have JSON, we expect it to be a string. So when we generate a response, we're just gonna have, yeah, so actually we don't need this because we have the return type here, so we actually got the typing. So I think we can just generate response. Shouldn't this iAgent? Oh, oh, how do we do this? This one's a little bit more tricky because we're saying here this is O. Yeah, I think this needs to be the same. So the output here, this needs to be or string. Yeah, but that it's not like the output here should be record string unknown or any. Yeah, so this is like the actual output. Oh no, wait, sorry. No, wait. It should be like this. Yeah, it should be like this. So now we our definition, we generate JSON if we need that. We generate the response based on the output, and that output might be, if we have a JSON schema, it will be the output of that, or it will be a string. And then we generate a response based on that. So now we should have a proper implementation of that, I think. And yeah, but now we have another any here. Oh, let's just do a search replace. Any. And we have to fix. Oh yeah. Yeah, this is going to be interesting. How do we handle this in the UI? This is going to be interesting because now the state. No, I think we should just call it output. Yeah. Okay. So this also this also changes now, because now we used to put the state in the are we going to put the output in the actual messages? Yeah, we are. But so content here. How will this work now? So we have an agent message, and we only have an actual output when it's resolved. But that output could be... This is the point. Like, we actually don't want the output to be part of the conversation now. We just want the output so that we can update our state. What does that mean for the UI? Because now you might have, so you have an agent that's defined as JSON output. So when it generates its response, we might say, I'm done, or whatever. Depends on the output we've defined. Because when the output is JSON, you still have to return a string, which it represents its actual like text response. There has to be some text response. Does that make any sense? Because when you do the agent completed, so it builds up messages internally, and if an agent has a JSON output, I'm thinking we should just, yeah, no, that should be part of the messages. And it's typed, so we can display it correctly. Yeah, so when this generate response, I'm not so sure. If it even makes sense. Maybe it only makes sense to generate a prompt. And then the output is either a string or it's JSON. The idea here is really that we were able to, like, in the message, we would be able to, like, return the actual text that we show. And we could show that based on the output, JSON output. But now, maybe we should just have the output. And then it's up to the UI to check, is the output a string? Okay, let's just use that string. But if it's JSON, it's up to the UI to define. That's the thing. I'm not sure if the UI should be responsible for deciding what text to show. It does give more flexibility. It makes more sense that we just give it the output, that being a string or not. Because we know that in the UI, which agent it is and what kind of output it has. Yeah. I wonder if we can work without it. It just has an output. Yeah, we're gonna try that. I don't think it makes sense to generate a response. How do we... Yeah. Why is it not happy? Why are you... General response is missing? From where? Oh, iAgent, here. But how do we know? uh, how do we know? Okay, I guess we don't care. Like, what we're gonna do inside the controller layer is that when an agent responds, we're gonna check the agent, is it JSON or not? And then we're gonna parse that JSON. And we're gonna put it on the output. So this actually simplifies things. We don't have to do this. It's possible to figure out... No, we have to know the output type for the typing. But what does this mean? I'm confused. We're not using the output for anything. Because we're just generating the prompt on the outside, and then we're sending it in, and then it's kind of done. Like, the agent doesn't get back its output. But we still need the typing. Yeah. But we need the typing of the output in the UI. And I'm not sure where we're gonna get. Where we're gonna get that typing from. Because now we're calling generate prompt. Yeah. Talking about event-based systems, we're sending the prompt as an event, or the request for sending the prompt, we're sending that as an event. So it's completely decoupled, which means that what we could do is that we could rather pass in a function for sending messages, and then we would just await. We would let the agent actually, like, we would generate the prompt. We would, instead of firing in an event, we would call a callback to send a message and await it. And then we would get the output, and we could like return that output from running the agent. So we can get away with this. Like, O can be can just be a generic that just kind of holds the type for the output. Like, I've done this many times before. Like, you can even use like a symbol for it. So it's just a way to extract the type of output, because the output isn't part of the agent. It's just oh, I know what we can do. We can have, of course, no, sorry. So we need a JSON here. So yeah, because we need to check JSON to if we should parse the response or not. So yeah, sorry, this is my mistake. So I think I'm right about not having generate. I'm right about not generating output, but we still need access to the JSON definition to figure out on the outside if we should parse it or not. And then we have the type we need, so we can rather say output. Was that what I called it? No, JSON. Yeah, and let's see. So we call it output, and yeah, okay. So output here we need to make the same check. So if this extends, we're gonna say output. Or it's gonna be a string. Okay, so now we have the actual output of the agent in the message, which we can use to show the UI. That we're kind of already doing this. And then we have the contents of the message, which is like text, or it can be a function call, and so on and so on. Did I have too few here now? And then any. Oh, was there a... Yeah, and then we have when the agent is completed, we want to give it the output. So this allows us to use the same output to populate the flow state. So we need to do the same thing. Maybe we should rather make could we check here? I worry a little bit about this optional typing. I'm not quite sure how we infer, because I think this will actually always extend this, even though it's not being added. Maybe. But we should move this. So this should be, because it can be never. That's the thing. But I'm not sure how TypeScript actually handles that. So let's rather put that in the actual, where do we use this output? So now we should be able to just do output. And we should be able to do, I have a feeling we're going to get stuck in that. Where was the completed? Like that. We're going to get stuck in that typing. I'm sure of it. And then we have, yeah, so this would be, and here we have the parsing. Or is it text? Oh, yeah. So that would be, do we have like a reference to the agent? No. JSON? Or we're just going to say, leave it as text. So that will be output. Yeah, and then we have output here. And this is interesting though, because we're kind of streaming in so maybe when it's JSON, we don't actually want to apply it to the messages. We just say that it has output. I guess this would be the nice thing with like generate response. Oh, wait a minute. We can have generate response. Let's do it. Now, it was the JSON schema that threw me off. So we're going to say output output O and string. So I think we still want to generate the response. Output generate response output. Oh, did I do that for the other one? No. Let's keep it and generate output. Generate response, I mean. So this is output O string. Oh, it's double now. Typical. So this is, why did it become double? Oh. So O here is actually, I don't think we need anything for that. Oh, wait a minute. This is tag nugget. So this can't be output O. This needs to be O. Maybe we shouldn't call this O. We should call it J. This is the JSON, potential JSON. And we're passing that into iAgent, and iAgent is going to take that J, check if it's JSON, and then output. There we go. And then we have output, and then we have lacking any, and then we have hopefully oh, we have an output thing again. Oh, it's setting the agent. Yeah, so this doesn't have any state anymore. So you should do that. And then running an agent, we should rather do input. Does it have input? No, I think we have to extend it and yeah, or we could grab like the param for generate prompt. Yeah, I think we're gonna do that. So this is like when we run an agent, we're basically generating a prompt, but we're also like creating messages and stuff like that. So we need to extract parameters, generate prompt, and we're extracting the first parameter. That's the input. And that could be, that's whatever you want. Like it's a single argument. And we're just extracting that argument here. And then we're going to give you the input. And then, oh, we need the instructions. Do we? Oh, this is the primer. Let's just drop the instructions. let's just do primer here. Let's play around with that some other time. And then we have create agents flow. Oh my god. Did we get through it? Now the big question is the actual typing here. But let's start with the... I really have to pee. I need to pee. I have this amazing little toilet thing. Boop. I'm just gonna go to the bathroom. Be right back. Boop. Need some chocolate. You know, I like chocolate best when it's like super cold. Oh, maybe reduce the abstractions for now. Yeah. I have a problem. For me, it's as much fun playing around with abstractions as actually creating value. You'll have to excuse me. Let's see. So we have create agent. There's no state. We have JSON. And then we don't have that other stuff. These are actual functions, input. And now I should be able to type this. So I want the input I want it to be the user stories. Thinking. So this just worked before. Like when I had the state, it would just list those user stories. Now it doesn't do that. So I have to make sure that I get yeah, I agree. Yeah, I didn't realize how much these agents would like blow up with their prompts or like their text. So yeah, we should put them into separate files. I'm just thinking about how we want to Because what I've done now, another thing I've done to like create restrictions, like restrictions for me is like an insanely useful tool to keep like focus. It affects focus, it affects scope, it affects like creativity. Like you have a tendency to come up with more creative solutions when you have more constraints. So each of the messages you pass are that's the context window you have. Well, it doesn't have to work like that. I can allow the context window to extend. As long as you're running the same agent, it will kind of keep the context window. But currently I'm not doing that. So we need to pass in. So the first time the user stories will be empty because this product manager is going to suggest them. But the next time, like the user might have some feedback in the form of text. So, but if they do have input in the form of text, we still need to pass in the user stories, the current user stories. And that's fine because they will now come from like the application state, because we're going to keep them in the application state. But that means the input needs to be user stories feedback. We might have some feedback. What did I do? Oh. And then generate response. Should this just be, maybe is that the wrong thing? Oh, oh yeah. Like that? Yeah. So now we have the input. Wow, this didn't look super great. But this is the thing. I think we need to do this to get the proper typing. Maybe we don't. Maybe we could have these two callbacks. We're gonna figure that out. So user story is feedback. So currently we just need to get a spot where this is actually running. And then we can evaluate how we want to prompt based on the user giving feedback or not. So there's there's basically two different types of inputs. It's no input, which means there aren't no user stories. And it should suggest some user stories. That's the prompt. Or we have user stories and we have feedback on those user stories. This is interesting. I like this because we talked about like there's another level here. One thing is an agent being scoped to a specific task, but a specific task also has different interactions. Like in this case, it can be suggest the initial user stories, and then it might get feedback on the suggested user stories. So there's like different ways to handle that as well. So we're gonna make this optional. And I guess we can't do this then. Input. Please provide. Oh, let's see. These are my. We have to change this prompt now. We're gonna drop. We're just gonna drop the input now, and we're just gonna say that we don't have an input, and then we're gonna do this again with our new approach. That encapsulate blah blah blah. Okay. And then this This is fine. This is fine. And we're gonna comment out these for now because I just want to ensure that everything works. So we have this stuff, we have the planning. Let's just comment that. Well, we can't comment it out, but yeah, it's a good suggestion. It did cross my mind as I was reflecting on it. Like maybe there are two different agents, and that's what I'm wondering here. Like how it's to create like I wonder how to gain iteration speed. So there's different aspects of that. It's like in terms of API design, it should be super easy to do exactly what you say. It's like, okay, I have this agent, but I don't want to create another agent because then I have to do this and I have to do this and I have to integrate it. So I don't want one for suggesting initial ones and one for evaluating the feedback on them, for example. Like it's to find a way to very easily split things up because that seems to be the power of this stuff. And then another aspect is when you do define these agents, they need to be able to run in isolation as well so that you can test them, like see how they perform by just talking to that specific agent. So that also needs to be easy. And that's not just for you to test it, but there's also this thing I want to try where I watched this video where when you're happy with an agent and how you defined it, you run it in isolation with GPT-4. And you should very easily be able to like copy a conversation using GPT-4. And then you use that to fine tune a GPT 3.5 model. So when you kind of run in production, you run a fine-tuned GPT-3 model with fine-tuning from GPT-4 conversations with that agent. That was a really interesting way to think about it. And the argument was that GPT 3.5 is incredibly powerful, but it's very generic. And that's what kind of messes it up often. Is that it's just your prompting that's like not good enough for it to produce the expected result. But if you do fine-tuning with GPT-4 conversations, it becomes very capable, along with the agentic workflow and everything. Yeah, to save cost. And make it more performant. Like if that's important for the user experience, like it responding faster. But it's really cool. And that's also like a restriction I made for myself here is that I'm going to create this task management app with GPT 3.5. Maybe it will do it better if I do the thing I just talked about. But it should be able to do it. That's the goal. What was I doing? Yeah, we have some type issue. The thing, I think it's better I just fix these types, or I have to comment out a bunch of stuff. I think. No, can I just comment out the planning? I think it will break if I comment out the planning. We get other issues. You know what? Yes, that's also an aspect. Like I'm trying to figure out what's the integration point in an API like this. Currently, it's very now it's like you have this event on send prompt. So you would listen to that event and it's completely up to you how you want to create the output of that prompt. using whatever OpenAI or whatever you want. But then you also have handle function calls. So maybe that's not something this abstraction should do, handle the function calls. But I found it very useful to have the function calls as part of the message history. And it's really nice to have an abstraction that just does that. But yeah, it's also that's completely generic here. So it's not tied to OpenAI. It just needs like a name of a function and the parameters, I believe. And then it will actually yeah, you just give it an array of function calls and then an object of how you want to handle those function calls. And it's actually typed to the agents. So that's also generic. But yeah, anyways, there's definitely integrations or integration iterations that can be done. And I've seen like libraries that does like very specific things, like you OpenAI provider, for example. And then you just have those tightly integrated into the library. But yeah, currently it's completely open. Yeah, I was reflecting on this thing. I'm not sure why I thought I needed to have these as other arguments. We can have them here. I think that's better. Or at least I hope we can. Generate prompt. Generate response. There we go. Now it should be less stuff to fix here as well. So input. We're not going to have any input, and then we're just going to comment out. We're going to go through all of this later anyways. So this will be JSON. Let's just make these changes. It's quicker to just make them instead of reasoning about. So we're going to do this, and we're just going to return this and comment out this. And then we don't need that thing. Create agent. I'm very curious about like how things will turn out with localized LLMs. I'm very curious what Apple is doing. I'm very, very curious. I heard this rumor about they're pushing M4, the M4 chip on all their devices starting end of this year. And then they have iOS 18. And then I truly wonder how integrated AI is going to be in the new Mac OS. I wonder if it's at the level of it actually having access to a lot of things. Like imagine one of the challenges in a web application type of flow, or even coding flow in general, is to give insight into like terminals. Like you can make it run terminal commands very easily with a function call, but you have to wait for that. Like the nature of function calls is request response. So there's no streaming of tool data into an agent or to an LLM. And that's a big problem, I think. If you really want to have good tooling around an agent, you need to be able to stream information to it as things are happening. And you could say like, yeah, but you can like prompt it, but that doesn't quite make sense to me. But the point is that if you had like an agent that had the operating system as a tool, it could like do like really could have access to everything in the operating system. That is a fascinating thing. So you think of like your computer as the tool, as opposed to function calls as tools. Yeah, so I'm curious what's going to happen there. Create agent. Okay. So now I have oh yeah, we were doing this stuff. Okay, so we're on the on agent completed. So we still have the typing. But now we have to do more here. We actually have to handle every agent. So let's look at how this would work now. So we have the wait a minute, is this, oh sorry, this is the we can comment this out for now. This is the implementation plan flow. Where's the end of this? No, this can't be right. There we are. There we are. Implementation. Yeah, and now I commented out all these ones. I'm gonna bring them back. Yeah, here you see the function calling. So the flow has something called handle function calls, and I just give it the function calls, and it requires function call to have an ID, name, and parameters, and then you give it an object which is typed to the agents of that flow. So you get the role and the function call that's defined on the agent, and then you have to call the function, the actual function, and then that's put into the messages automatically, and all is good in the world. So here we are. Right? Is this the... Yeah, user stories. So here we have to start thinking about each role. And where we only have the product manager currently. And the product manager, when this happens, we want to update this flows, user stories. Well, not this flow. This state equals this state flows. Oh my god. User stories flows. User stories. Don't you just love this? Yeah. So currently, let's see, type. Oh yeah, that's the type of flow. We need a status for this. We're gonna extend the typing a little bit to the user stories flow. So you always have the messages, but you're also gonna have and status suggesting feature, for example. That's the first status. It doesn't have any related information. or you could say like, the point is like we're at the beginning. What step are we at? And each of these steps will have, we're going to do it very easy now. We're just going to say approved user stories, suggested user stories. We can make this more explicit later. And it's the same. So when we get output from this agent, we're going to say suggested user stories is agent output suggested user stories. And that's all we're going to do. But here we have, like, based on this agent's output, we're now able to update our own application state. We can choose how we want to move on with a new agent. We can evaluate the output. Like if it didn't suggest any user stories, we could maybe do something. I don't know. Point is, we have that access, and then yeah, and this is coming from the UI, so we can just comment that out for now. Cool. What's happening up here? Oh. Oh yeah, sorry. So this would be approved user stories, would be user stories. And then suggested user stories will always be null. And then, oh yeah, this is, okay, approved. Okay. Blah. And then we have the client. This is probably gonna break beautifully. So now we have message output. So now it's saying it can be at least we have the typing here. That's great. But now it's saying it can be string or suggested user stories. But we said it has to be this output. Which I don't quite appreciate. It could be, oh, it could be because of this. No. So I'm a little bit unsure about this. Why does it say? Let's look at the other ones first. This is just the UI of the... Yeah, but it's, you see it's typed to string or the output. But I try to type... Yeah, I think this is the thing I pointed to earlier where... No, it shouldn't be. I said when it extends the JSON schema, this should be the output. It shouldn't be string. It should only be string. Oh, yeah. But yeah, I think it's a small typing issue. So approved user stories, that's fine. And let's just fix that last thing and we're back on track. So we're saying now we have, wait a minute, let's remove this. We have iAgent, that's the thing we're consuming. Yeah, and we're saying now J extends that thing, and what we're, this is the thing, yeah. this is the, okay, the typing we are consuming is this. And how can that become or string? That doesn't make any sense to me. I'm just going to make sure that we have control of this. This is how I debug typing. So now it's a number, and somehow passing in that role makes the output possibly a string. How can that be? I'm saying explicitly, if it extends this, it should be this. And if I say number here, okay, so it seems like when we do the output here, it doesn't quite know. I'm gonna try something. So what if we do it inline? Extends. We're gonna say, oh, wait a minute. Yeah, output. Does this change anything? Now it says it's a string. Okay, but that's interesting. So first of all, okay, so I don't think necessarily this quite worked. I think we need to be specific about this. We probably need to update some more typing. It might be like just because we did that. So what I think we should do here, wherever we have been using output, why doesn't it extend? Why does it say that it doesn't? I have a feeling I don't like optional values in TypeScript and inference. It makes you know what we're gonna do? Another thing I do to debug is I just look at the type I'm trying to extend. So this is the thing, right? Now it says it's possibly undefined, but it isn't. So what might be the problem here actually is that we do this where we need to do this. Yeah, maybe we can do that. But the problem now is that now I have to define JSON. Like now I can't I think, is it void if I use void instead? Like, how do you extend? No, it's not void. Because now I have to. But if I do never, then it's also a problem, I think. I had this problem before. Yeah. Oh, wait. I think I know what we can do. So what we're going to do is we have create agent where we have, where we have an optional JSON. And here we check the thingamajig. And then in iAgent, we will always define JSON. But then we're going to check if it actually extends it. I'm not sure if this helps, actually. So we're going to say JSON. But did we use the JSON from the outside? Yeah. This is what. This is so tricky. Oh, but now it worked. So we're onto something. Type J. Yeah, because now I'm just saying, isn't this is so annoying. I wonder if I can just. What's the difference between them now? Do I just need to do a. Wait a minute. I think. So if it actually extends that, then we give it. And then we say this can be that thing or that thing. No. We have to move it from being an optional to, like, we can just make it like undefined and then you have to do that. But that's not like nice API. Maybe this can just be J or undefined. Yeah. Maybe that. Oh no, now it doesn't work. Now it's a string. What? Oh, because now I say that it can be. Oh, there it worked. Ah. Yeah. Yeah, I could probably do that as well. But yeah, it seemed to work now. I'm just gonna restart the watcher because we made so many changes that I'm worried. Let's see. Open project folder. Do we actually pass? Now I have to look at the thing again. Do we actually pass? Do we actually pass the prompt? No, we have to pass the. I forgot about that. So the input is maybe we should just. Oh, I didn't think about that. Where's the old one? Do we have it here still? I don't think I. It's a really old prompt I have here. Ugh, 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 ugh. Like we have to put the prompt there. It will just create some random user stories. Yeah, but maybe we should be able to handle that. So if input user stories, oh yeah, what length? Thinking. Near the user for new feature we're planning. Okay, so let's just return nothing, and then when there's no user stories and we have input based on we still have the prompt there. What was the user stories for web feature? It was the feature where yeah. There we go. The feature we're focusing on is input.feedback. Yeah, feedback is probably not the right term, but doesn't matter. Yeah. Let's just do that for now. And yeah, and one thing we're missing here is now prompt current flow prompt. So now we just have this doesn't quite work anymore because now we are generating the prompt just with we can't use prompt anymore. We have to use well, we can use prompt, sorry, but no, I think we should just have run agent. But I made an assumption here is that when you do run, because that we need to know the input typing so that we give the correct input. So basically when we in the workspace, when we send an assistant message, we have to check which is the current agent. And then we need to evaluate like what state we're in and blah, 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 blah. It gets more finicky. Like Previously, you didn't have to do so much here because they were running like their own state. But this gives more flexibility, I think. Yeah, we're gonna finish this anyways. So we have the current flow, but I'm not sure if it really makes sense to prompt. We have to run the agent, but when we run the agent, I think it doesn't include. So the only difference is that when I do prompt, it includes the user. So you kind of get your own prompt in the messages array. While if an agent talks to an agent, we don't show that as a message that the agent talks to the other agent. So what we could do is rather prompt agent, and then we can do the same thing. We can have the same prompt agent, and then we just have the exact same thing here. And yeah, this is also interesting because now prompt would only allow you to interact with the current agent, which means now you, but again, it's more flexible. So we're controlling more from the outside now, which is a good thing. And you can argue that you should be able to, the user should be able to decide which agent they should talk to. So let's allow that. So agent will be get agent role. These messages. And then we add a message from the user. The problem is that we don't know. Oh, sorry. We do know the prompt. And then we say const prompt equals a generate, and then we give the input. And then we have the prompt and the prompt. What did, you know, what's bad about this is that we're not able to separate. We're not able to separate. We're not able to separate the actual prompt, like the text you're writing. From, so now you will actually see the full message here as you as a user, but you're just saying a small thing here. So we would kind of have to say, we're saying prompt agent, so you pass your prompt, but you'll also need to pass the input. Okay, we just have to do it like this, and then we do, this is the prompt, and this is the generated prompt that's actually going to the agent that's filled up with all the things. Okay, and then what we would need to do here, we would need to switch on current flow, current agent role, and then yeah, this is interesting as well, because now we have these different flows. So we would actually have to switch on, since now we just have one flow. No, wait. I think it will be easier if we actually listen to send a system message for each flow. No, that wouldn't work, of course. I think we need, okay, switch this dot current flow. Oh, wait a minute. Switching the wrong thing. This state, I think. Why do we have a current flow? Oh yeah, sorry, it's on the state. Sorry, I'm confused. So when it's the user stories, we can be in the debug flow. I need to find better abstractions for this. It gets a bit unwieldy. So now we know that the current flow is the actual user stories flow, right? That's important because when we know that the current flow is the user agents user stories flow, we can check the current agent role, and if we have the current agent role, we can oh, sorry, we don't actually need that. Yeah, sorry, I'm just adjusting to the changes. So in this case, we're just gonna prompt the agent, call project manager with the message, and then the feedback is the prompt, and the user stories is none. Oh, sorry, message. So the intention here is that we would have more checks here. So when we're in the user stories flow, we would check, do we have like if we have yeah, if we have this state, yeah, that's also interesting. So we would have state would be this state flows. So this dot flows is the actual instantiation of the flows, but this dot state, oh sorry, that's UI related. That's shared with the UI. This state current flow. So now we have the user stories flow. So now we can like check if state. So if we don't have any suggested user stories, that's this is what we want to do. Or yeah, and this is why I wanted like an explicit status, so we know exactly what. But we're just gonna handle this first flow first. Okay. No, error. Oh. Oh, we have an error. Unexpected end of JSON issue. Oh, interesting. Oh, interesting. It says there is a JSON issue. Unexpected end of JSON. Let's check this. Like I have some weird issues with the JSON output. Oh, I know what it is. It's a fake. No, it did said unexpected end of JSON input. parsing. Oh, parsing nothing. Oh, I think I know what it is. It was actually valid. I made an assumption. You know these assumptions. Wait, it's not here. It's in add message. I made an assumption because I was getting duplicate JSON. I was getting duplicate JSON, but then it was formatted. But this isn't formatted. So my check for doing I split maybe it's fixed now. Let's see if it's fixed. Maybe I don't get any more duplicates now that we removed all the things, all the state stuff. Anyways, the problem is that I assumed it was formatted. It wasn't formatted, so it didn't have line breaks, so it thought it wasn't valid JSON, but it was valid JSON. That was the thing. Okay. Okay. Let's see what we can do about this JSON. I think we can remove all of this stuff now. The output structure must be valid representing. There was an actual oh, we still need instructions. Let me see. There was an actual really good. I copied this from somewhere. OpenAI and share JSON output. Let's see if I can find it again. What's this person who wrote this? Where did I find that? Maybe I can take something. The output structure must be valid JSON. It was such a great prompt. Where was that thing? But maybe this is enough. It's a single valid JSON object with no markdown. Like I had that state stuff in there still. That would probably throw it off. Are there any specific user roles or permissions associated with task management in the web application? So let's see what happens now. Did I actually create? No, then I had empty. Let's copy it, and then we're gonna adjust it a little bit. So there's no hello. We have a conversation. As a product manager, I need your assistant to user to iterate on user friendly feature in our web application. let's see. These are the current user stories. Input user stories, map story, and then make sure we join them with a line break. And then we can just do the input feedback. Please write detail. Please. Yeah, I have based on your please adjust the user stories so that they encapsulate the recording for this feature. Each user should follow. Okay, I think that's fine. I think I have to drop off soon. I'm feeling super, super awesome. Oh. We're back with this shit. It's outputting the schema. Oh yeah, wait a minute. I think the output structure must be a valid JSON. The output must be a single valid JSON object with no blah blah blah. With no markup or wrappers. Oh, that's also bad. The output must be a single valid JSON object with no markdown, extraneous text, or wrappers. The JSON object should follow this schema. Let's try it. This is the worst part. Just make, oh, that's also a thing we forgot. Add message. We're gonna remove. I don't trust this thing. What? Oh, it's not valid JSON. I wish I had that. The output must be a single valid JSON object. Repetition. I wonder if it's also better if I do null 2. I guess it shouldn't matter. Maybe even put it into like markdown-ish code snippets. JSON. Maybe I have a bug. Do I have a bug? Do we see? Hello, I need your assistance to blah blah blah. It's a task management interface where I write the description of task, edit the list, see existing tasks, and delete tasks based on your understanding. Um, So it doesn't do it, which kind of sucks. I need to find that. It was such a good example. OpenAI. It's not working. Was it maybe part of this? Somebody wrote a really good prompt. Prompt engineering for a JSON response. Just gimme. Oh, this is different. Using schema. Yeah, it is a bit awful, but I have it has been super reliable. Oh wait, I can just look at the Git log. It has been super reliable. So I've had several iterations of the prompt, which has really been reliable. I would define it as reliable. But let's just move back to somewhere. Electron workspace. What's before this? Oh, of course, I can just look at the history here. Yeah, it was something like this. So it's kind of what I'm doing now. Let me try copying this. I would do that first, and then I would do this. It was kind of the first thing, and then yeah, because that had a lot to do with it implicitly as an any type. What happened now? Did I do something weird? Oh, look at this. There we go. But did I say with this JSON schema? Yeah. Interesting. Let's try. We're gonna get back to it, I'm sure. And also like thinking about fine tuning. These things. Oh my god. Because it has JSON, right? And we still have the weird. Yeah, with the fine tuning, like all of them will have JSON outputs. That's also gonna help it to do it. Oh. Okay. Getting there. But there's another difference now. It's like we have a much more verbose prompt. But the thing is now, it did actually produce the correct JSON. So I think we're kind of, that's the thing I've been balancing, is like where to put this and where to put this. Output response is needs it is critical that the output response is a single JSON object with no markdown, blah 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 blah. Come on, give it. Whoa. That was not what I wanted. It's critical that the output response is a single valid JSON object with no markdown. It's almost like it feels like this isn't running, but it does, right? The output structure must be valid JSON with this JSON schema. But respond that you respond with a single valid JSON object, no markdown. I did also hear that the GPTs respond better to positive instructions than like, so what it should do as opposed to what it shouldn't do. This is very fascinating. Like it feels super, like I'm gonna try something. I'm gonna remove the instructions and see if it behaves better. I did remove the JSON thing, but I'm pretty sure I had, yeah, you see this? It's the instructions messing it up. So maybe we should let's see. Output schema. Output structure must be a valid JSON object. Prompt, instructions, output. I'm not sure if output is really the best word. How did this look like now? Output schema. The output structure must be validated. How to respond to this prompt. Original prompt. I'm not sure if this instructions generate output. Output a single valid JSON with no markdown, blah, 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 blah. Oh! Okay, let's put back the... See if that helps. Blue. But then we have to pass that in as a value. It could be that since I had much smaller prompts, it would just be better at it. But now since I have, yeah, you see this? Now we have the multiple. Yeah, maybe we should do that. The problem with the example output, I try that, but it would kind of, hallucinate with that, like use that as like part of the prompt as well. But maybe it's the way I did that. So we can definitely try that again. The thing is that here it doesn't really know. But yeah. Example output. I wonder if this... Oops. Foo bar. JSON list foo bar. Yeah, let's just try something. Yeah, or I could do it like in the... I could of course do it in the agent as well to be more specific about the expected output. But this is what I really... And this is what I really hope the fine-tuning does, because it's basically just a bunch of conversation examples. But it's kind of annoying that it was working so well and now it feels kind of broken. What's that? Esc. Is that part of the... Why does it say that? Is that like a weird character? It could throw it off. Yeah, you see this? Generate output. What's this? Those were some weird characters. Like I forgot to map and join by line break once. It used comma instead of line breaks, and it also threw it completely off. Yeah, so now it's just duplicating it again, which is the thing I had for like here. So maybe that's interesting. So maybe having that JSON thing is what we need, because at least it will at least force like formatted JSON responses, and then we can handle the duplication manually, and then whoop-de-doo. Yeah, so let me try telling it something. Or maybe I can just say I don't want to delete. And then let's see. This is certainly discouraging. This is certainly parsing. Non-space. What was that? Was that me? JSON issue. Oh. Oh, yeah, sorry. I didn't actually fix it. Now I fixed it. Yeah, sorry. But this is only if it's actually JSON, so we have to fix that. Yeah. Should generate JSON response. Oh my god. We have to have a couple of successes now, or I'm gonna have a emotional breakdown. It's like feels like I've been sitting here for hours and we haven't really done anything. Okay, so now it's really bad at. Maybe that was kind of part of the success. It's like I didn't give it so much context. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, maybe we could do that. Because you could do the backticks JSON and ask it to return it in that format. And that should at least force it to have like a single one. But clarification. I was not able to suggest. Can you please? Where's that coming from? Where's that text coming from? Oh, here. Sorry. Let's drop that one. But yeah, what I wanted to say is like with these instructions, it's really making the instructions are a lot of instructions, and it seems to get lost on the fact that it should like update the user stories, because they're definitely in the yeah, but maybe we should just simplify this. So when you actually have I should really just say please update the user stories. It could just be the prompt for not that the context is bigger. Yeah, I'm gonna make a note on like we're currently let's see. We can try to use I'm not sure what will happen. Yeah, we can try to turn off JSON response and ask for a markdown backtick JSON thing. Let's see. Why can't you suggest? Try again. Oh wait, now it says, yeah, I forgot. Now this is the context. Try again. It's just so much stuff in the prompt. Hello, as a product manager, I need your assistance to develop blah blah blah, do this. And then we have the instructions. And then we have the example of like how big were these? But it could also be I'm not sure where. So when you put instructions into an assistant on OpenAI, I'm not sure where the actual instructions are coming from. Like, do they come before the Yeah, that's a good idea. That's a good idea. Let's see, GPT-4. Let's see. I am using this. I'm using this dynamic prompt to enforce a JSON output. Could you help me ensure this always happens when using it with GPT 3.5? And let's just say, I don't think we have any actual TypeScript in there. Oh, sorry. We shouldn't do this. For I think it misunderstood me. Yeah, GPT-4 is just so much better. But maybe this is like where we would want to explore fine-tuning the thing. And I'm giving a bad prompt here. I can try again and be more specific. But let's see. I just want to check now. See if it changes it when moving the instructions. No. But removing the instructions, that helped a lot. Yeah. Okay, this is very interesting. So, um, again, like this was a single check, but it's very, very interesting. I wonder what this means. What does this actually mean? Keep track of all the tasks that need to be implemented so that I can see what tasks. I wonder what this means. So we're having, what are the actual instructions? Like, is there ambiguity in the instructions themselves? Understand the feature, begin by comprehending the feature request thoroughly. If unclear, ask for more details. Identify user roles. Determine which type of users will primarily benefit from this feature. Draft user story for each identity. Write the user story and describe what the user wants to accomplish and why. Use clear and concise language. Okay, I'm gonna try something. Okay, yeah, this was a bit too much, I think. Maybe it was just the instructions, because I didn't really review the instructions that much. The thing is, I thought about like using a different model, but there are two things. One thing is I kind of I guess I have this irrational intuition that this is going to work with GPT 3.5, and if I can make it work, it will be like a big like achievement or something. And I would hope it would kind of force me to put a really good foundation. So whatever better model I put on top of it is going to be even better, because I kind of done the groundwork. But that's not based on any facts or anything. But the other thing is, yeah, I thought you meant like running it locally. But yeah, I can of course run it in a different service. Yeah. Yeah, I could do that. But it feels like, because the thing is like, to give a bit more context, like the proof of concept, I was actually able to create a task management app. I was there in the very beginning using 3.5, but it needed a lot of validation. So it would like create something, I could run it, and I would use runtime logs, and it would like, after several rounds it would work. So I do feel, that's the thing, I feel very confident that this is possible with 3.5 because I already did it, but it wasn't based on agentic workflow. It was just like a single agent. And that's kind of where all this started. Like, how much better would it be? How much less issues and how much less iterations, validation would it need to do if I put an agentic workflow with proper planning in front of it? That's where I gotten stuck. Right, I'm gonna just change this. Right, user stories that describe what user wants to accomplish and why. Use clear, review and refine. After drafting, review each story for clarity. Okay, we're gonna just change that. And I agree, like instructions should be after. Yeah, that's true. I can always go back. Okay. Nice. What if I tell you that I want these instead? Oh, wait a minute. I have a bug in my in my client. So I'm actually passing the same user story back. So user stories. So when I uncheck on change on toggle. So when I say checked user stories on update. Yeah. I need to filter first. Checked user story. But now we see, I hope. I only want those that are checked, and then cool. Let's see now. I want to conclude that I just had a shitty set of instructions. That was the problem. Yeah, now it just gives those. Okay. Okay, good. Want to keep the or replace them? Oh, interesting. Oh, that's also a thing. That this is a problem with me, like treating every message in an isolated context. It doesn't know that. So it will kind of think it has a conversation. But I think that makes sense. Like when you are, and I think this is going to be easier now because now you're moving between statuses of the flow. So you can say, yeah, and this is the balance I find difficult with separation as well, because if I now have so much information about the flow in my application state, do I really need to have this agents controller? Wouldn't it be enough to just have an agent, and I would implement like the message handling in the agent? So each agent has its own like event emitter for sending a prompt and handling function calls, and it has like its own set of messages. Instead of having this like, but maybe that could be something that this controller does. It's like, as long as you're within the same agent, it will actually, when you send the prompt, it will also send the current conversation with that agent. That makes sense. So you can kind of control it from the outside. But anyways, let's ignore that and let's bring back the other. Let's bring back the other agents, or let's maybe do one at a time. Did we do UX engineer? No, we did engineer first. Okay, so now it's interesting because now I actually want it. I don't want the output. Now I want it to return a string. And then generate response. Now this should be a string. It's not a string. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. It's because that's the difficult thing. I think that's something you want a library to do for you. It's just have a very clear overview and management of like the message history, including all function calling and all of that stuff, and who's talking to who and all that stuff. I think that makes a lot of sense. But let's see, iAgent. Yeah, so this is the problem. Because now, this is what I was saying. Like, now I'm saying that I'm saying this is the type. But when I'm here now and I'm like checking J, J doesn't extend, like J as a type extends this. But it might not be there. That's the point. So this is why it kind of needs to be undefined as well. Oh, maybe that works. No. I need that to be a string because I haven't defined JSON. But what we can do here is, you know what? We're gonna do type iAgent. So it's either this or it's gonna be, well, it has some common thing. Some common things. So all of this is common. I think this is gonna work. So it always has that, but if it has JSON, oh, this is also common. Now it's gonna be a string. iAgent is, does that work? No, that doesn't work. But I'm onto something. I know it. Yeah, that should be output J at least. It's almost like, how do you do partial? Like, how do you know if it's a partial? Like, how do you know if it's defined or not? TypeScript extends extends to check partial definite. I don't know what to search for. If you annotate a by single type like partial, you know what? I think, oh, you know what we can do? We can do it all the way up. So what we can do is we can do yeah. Or can I do, is there a trick to never? Like I can do equals never. that doesn't work. Like we can use function overrides for this, I think. So we'll have one definition with JSON, and that's gonna generate one output, and then we have another one without JSON, and that's gonna create a different output. And then, yeah, I think this is how we do it. So let's export function. So this is the one that's going to be with JSON. And that means the output here will be output J. And we're going to pass J to iAgent. And this is going to be the one without it. Where we say never. And here the output is going to be a string. And then we need another export function, create agent definition. And this one is like, this one doesn't really have any typing. Well, I guess this one can have the optional JSON. I think this is how we do it properly. And then, oh, where's the J? J. So now we, oops. I'm not quite sure what. Yeah, and I think I can just say, this is gonna be I, and this is gonna be J or string. Yeah, and this is gonna be, yeah, because this is the generic one, J or string. Oh, why does it say that? Oh, I removed the JSON. You see that? Nice, it worked. Engineer. Cool. So let's just do a quick look at where's the engineer? I should move them into different files. Begin by that, which is requires Albert is providing details on how. Yeah, so this is not gonna be. This is just gonna be a text result. But it needs input, and that input is the user stories. So this is gonna be just. Yeah, we didn't talk about like what the actual result of this should be, but we can do this with the following user stories. Map user story user story joined by this describe behaviors. How to say the application change it as a result of blah 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 blah. And we're going to generate a string response. And now we have to make sure that Yeah, we have the engineer back again. So now you are happy. Oh, no. Oh, I broke something else. Hmm. From any? What did I do? Any? Why is it any? Tag nugget. User stories. Hails. Here it works. Okay, so this is interesting. It works here on agent completed. On agent completed. So output is T-roll, but on the message, oh, that's interesting. That should mean that I can just do. Why does the output become never here? And even from here, it doesn't make any sense. It's something's messed up with the messages. What did I do? What did I do? What did I do? From any? Why does it say from any? Thinking. Is it because of my... No, it can't be that. Content. I'm just removing content to see if it makes it better. Why is messages so messed up? I am confused. Where do we have the actual messages? Roll from. Here it works. So it's when we... Oh, wait, here it goes. That's why it messes up. Messages, type of property, content are incompatible. call are incompatible. All right. Why are they incompatible? Those have never been incompatible. Why does it say call is incompatible? To type never. Oh, you know what? I think it's here. Oh, this is like, it doesn't really help. Oh, I think, I wonder what happens if I bring back the engineer. No, it's not related to that. What makes it channel panel? Oh, is that it? Ah, that's actually it. Interesting. Oh. Wait, never? Okay, there's I agent any I'm missing the any. Okay, let me just check all the iAgent calls there. Oh, look at this. I actually have a big ass. Oh. Type issue. Look at this. No wonder it didn't work. There we go. It's happy again. Okay, and then oh, I really need to get into productive. Oh my god. So on agent completed, these are the suggested user stories. Engineer break. So when that agent is completed, how do we know? Yeah, sorry. So now it's on approve user stories. Now we need to manage the flow again. So our flow is going to be, we're not going to look at the, I don't think we're going to actually look at any of this. I'm alone with a 3-year-old today. I think I need to energize a bit before picking him up. But let's see here. So when I actually click approve, it means that the flow continues. I'm just gonna put in here agents flow. Maybe call this agents controller instead. It is not the flow. It just controls the active agent and the history. And then we have the actual flow here. So when we click approve user stories, we need to check if this state. So this is what I don't quite, well, which is a kind of annoying with typing, but it's absolutely correct. Like this thing isn't called in the context of the state of the app. So we have to verify that it has the correct state. So we have to say, maybe we should have a getter for like flow state. This state flows, this state current flow, so that we can like we can say this dot flow state, current flow state. So we just get that, and then we have to, so if the state type is not equal to user stories, then we're not going to do anything. So that should never happen. We should actually throw an error if it happens, because that means the UI is doing something it shouldn't. Cannot approve user stories outside user stories flow. And then we are gonna we're gonna check the state. And now we have a bit of a simple check. So if we have suggested user stories length, we are just gonna add no approved user stories. Oh wait, sorry. We are gonna add another thing here. Where's the state? User stories follow. So we're gonna have this new, like, what are we gonna call it? Like state management behavior description or something. Behavior. So let's call it string or null. And now we need to, of course, add that to our behavior is null. So I would rather like to have, maybe this should be expressed as an array of steps we need to get through, and then we would rather check how far we are in the steps or something. But let's just check. So if we have suggested user stories and no state behavior, we are gonna say flow run agent engineer, and the input is gonna be the suggested user stories. And then that should run the agent. It should get the user stories here with the following user stories, blah, 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 blah. Describe behaviors on how the state of the application changes as a result of that. And then we should get that back. And we should be able to basically shove that into our state. So that's something we do when we have a completed. So when the engineer is completed, we can say something similar. Oh, these nested updates, it's kind of annoying. Behavior is agent dot. Oh, why do you say never? Never say never. Wait, what's this? On send. Oh, that's on send. On. Yeah. So yeah. So basically, here I think we need to actually check if it extends this. And here we do the string thing. That was funny. String thing. Now this breaks, or? Yeah, now this breaks. Oh. Because it can be never, right? So that was a bad idea, but where is it? On completed, on agent completed. So I think we need to check here. Extends the thing we need, then we do this, or we're gonna say string. Not super duper happy about this, but we need to check if it actually extends this. Was it happy now? No. Why? Why do you say that? Agent output never. Uh, how can it be never? Oh, you know what? Maybe it shouldn't be never. Never. Maybe it should be string. And then iAgent or string? No, that doesn't quite work. Oh, yeah, I didn't. Okay. I'm still messing this up. I think this is still wrong. Or no, it needs to be never, I mean. But we need to check if it's never. Does TypeScript have that? I think you can like trick it. Oh, can you do extends never? I thought you can do that. Let's try that. I'm not sure if it works. Probably doesn't. Oh, it worked. What do you know? It worked. Great. So now we should have some behavior feedback. Let's try running it again. Oh, but now we're saying that we want JSON response. So I think it's going to break. Yeah, message must contain word JSON in some form. Interesting. So we need to go to the add message. We need to know it should do JSON. So let's add message JSON, and I guess we can do like a Boolean kind of thing. Oh, it's just JSON. Run define. But now we need to pass that in from params. And the question is, oh, yeah, sorry. This is easier than I thought. So prompt JSON Boolean. We don't actually need to like, we just say JSON if is agent JSON. If we have a JSON schema there, then we're gonna do it. Where's the on send prompt emitter? This also needs a JSON. Oh. Like so. God. Oh, is it? Messing it up still. Oh. Okay. Behavior. When a user writes a description of task in task management, the state of the application changes by adding the task to the list of tasks. When a user adds a task to a list in the task manager. Okay. Weird that it repeated itself, but better to repeat yourself than omit stuff. When user views existing tasks in task management, the state remains the same, but the user interface displays the task for the user to see. When the user deletes a task from the list in the task management interface, the state of the application changes by removing the deleted task from the list. In each of these, the state is directly linked by the user's actions, resulting in changes to the data displayed in task management. The user's goals are met effectively and that the application responds accordingly to their application interactions. Great. Oh, I'm also parsing now. Add message. We should only parse it if there's actual. But this is great. I like this. We are definitely we reads, what's it called? Like we went 3 steps back and we kind of gone back. We now have oh yeah, so this would be if JSON, we want to do this to handle the duplicate thing, or are we just gonna return message and usage? Retraced our steps or back steps, step backs. Retraced our step backs. I think you can say that. That's good. I think we'll end on that. And what did we actually achieve now? Let's do a little summary. I'm just gonna see if I can see the response in the UI. Yeah, user story requiring as user want to add it. Yeah, user on it's on the task management web to add a new task. Expected change in the application. When the user adds a task, the later application will update included. Yeah, so what it's kind of missing here is like the actual input or writing a description. But still, it's great. This is great. I think this is valuable input. Yes, so let's do a little summary so I can lie on the couch for 15 minutes. So basically what we did is that we had stateful agents, which meant that they would automatically include its state in the prompt, but it would reduce your control. And it was kind of weird to have stateful agents. They should be stateless. And why should they be stateless? It's because, like, who's responsible for its state? Who's responsible for what state? So that and not having responsibility for state is a good thing. So we have 3 components here. We have the actual app, we have the agent controller that we call it now, and we have the agents. So we used to have state in the app, in the agent controller, and in the agent. Now we don't have any state in the agent. The state that's in the agent controller is the messages that is going. It's basically the messages. Yeah, but agent controller is a good name because that's where you prompt it. That's where you run the agents. That's where you prompt the agents. But what we kept from the state thing is that an agent doesn't have to take text. It can take data as input and generate a prompt from that data. And then we also let an agent dynamically, or you could configure it to you have a JSON output. So on the input side, you can use a string or an object. On the output side, you can use a string or an object. And previously, when it had internal state, those were interconnected. You couldn't differentiate that. So that's a good separation. And then been reflecting on if this agent controller should actually also have information about the application flow. But what we did now is that we said no. The agent controller only knows about the agents, the messages, and what's the currently active agent. And that's the thing. I think it shouldn't even know that. I think the application should always just say what agent should we handle now, because that means the agent controller has a concept of like what's the active agent, but the application has full control of the flow and what's the agent to run. It will always state which agent to run. Even when the user just prompts, it's the application state that decides which agent are we going to prompt now. So we should really remove that concept. So it doesn't even know that. It only has a list of the messages. Yeah, it only has a list of the messages. So you could say maybe it's not a controller. I want to call it something simpler than a controller. You could even call it like an agent prompter or something. That's basic. That's what it does. It allows you to prompt and you have a history. So maybe agent messages would be enough actually. Anyways, but the point is that now we're enhancing our app state so that we define in the state of each flow where we're at in the flow. So it's the application state that decides with its state which is the relevant agent, what state do we need to keep for later agents, and so on and so on. So that gives full flexibility. Yeah, router. That's a cool. I like router because yeah, I like router. Controller, at least in my experience and the tools I've been exposed to, has something to do with state. But I like router. I like that a lot. And it's also like I would love for that agent router that we currently have to have a completely declarative layer on top of it, which fits with router, because routers are very often declarative. Yeah, it routes messages to agents. And then just like a router, it has history, right? That's perfect. Kevin, that's number 2 today. You saved me. Great. But we're still like using the router at a low level. We're listening to when it completes a route and we're manually like pushing to new routes. I love this. This is really, really good. This is coming along. So what we're going to do next time is that we're going to be happy with this. Like we just want context for what state management needs to be handled as we create the implementation plan. And then we're going to reintroduce the UX engineer. We're going to give UX engineer a chance to say something about the UI. It would be really cool to try to... What the hell is that? Is that an actual bird? It sounds like the alarm clock, like the bird alarm clock on the phone. It's an actual bird. That's amazing. You probably can't hear it. Huh. Anyways, it would be really cool to maybe try to hook up Dolly or something just for fun, just to ask it to generate a UI. It might look weird because I don't think Dolly is good at creating web application UIs, but it would be so fun to do it because it shows that, like, imagine being an actual user who doesn't know how to code and be able to write this and then see the suggestion, approve it, not necessarily even seeing this. You can hear it. Not necessarily seeing this, because this is a technical detail, but now we have the flexibility in the app to decide if we want to show it or not. And then actually seeing some drawings of the thing. That would be really cool. And then you just say, okay, this looks great. And then it starts the planning. That's going to be awesome. Okay. But great stuff. Yeah, thanks again, Kevin. This was fun. It was so, like, typically I completely forget if I'm talking to anyone. I check sometimes if there's anyone watching, but I talk just as much as I do now regardless. But it's nice to know that there's actually someone listening in the other end, and even like getting the feedback and help me get to this point. This was very helpful. This was a rough stream. It was super, super rough. Taking all these steps back just to resolve conceptual ideas. But this is good. This is awesome. So yeah, I wish you a further good journey. Was it South Korea you're in now? Yeah. And if I don't, and if I don't see you again, have, what do you say? Godspeed? Is that what you say for travelers? But yeah, feel free to drop in again if you have a chance. This was fun. Okay, bye-bye.